Let's continue. We've got all of these, so we can just select this. Yes. Now it will probably go to the first, yeah. So right now we can go here, right? Oh. There we go. It doesn't smell like you. Hey, isn't that one of the symptoms that you cannot smell stuff because you have COVID? So your point is totally invalid? Okay, so this is where Santa and two other and Lotus and Ace, I guess?
June.
Oh no, June.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
You've been had, Ginger.
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do?
Okay, now I know the code.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Where is it coming from?
So it's Santa, June, and... This is 9.
Could it be?
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Okay,
Damn
can
it!
Clover should have this
It won't even
paper.
budge.
Oh, sorry. I will do this, so it won't bother us again. It's my external hard drive.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so. Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out, and now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
Clover, come on.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Yes, you have it.
Well, let's look for one.
Ugh, there's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
Yes. Yes, you need something. Come on. Oh? Yes! There we go. Okay. Truth had gone. Truth had gone. Truth had gone. And now Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Wait, what? What the hell was that? That voice?
This is from a different storyline
Huh?
that we played.
What?
What's up?
Huh? Oh, nothing.
Oh yeah, I pressed the buttons. Like, truth was right, or truth was left and gone. It was right, something like that. It was left and right at least. Right, left, right, left, right. I think it was this one. Yes.
1438341.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell were those numbers?
Oh my gosh. Are those...
1438341. 1438341.
And there we go.
No way!
What?
Why are you...
Oh? Is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
You? Why?
Junpei? And Seven? Is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Jeez.
You're back!
Oh.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
Oh, you're back! You're back! You're really here! Oh, you're back!
Come now, what's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not
But
as though you did! I really thought you were dead!
Huh?
You jerk! Idiot! Idiot! Idiot!
Hi Shanty, good morning.
I see. I believe I understand things rather well now, thank you.
You're welcome.
In the shower room, there is a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct?
Me. Nope, not me.
Yeah.
You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here, in this room. Do I have it straight?
Well, the dead body in the captain's quarters is a surprise.
Sorry, there wasn't a good time to tell you.
Don't worry about it.
Well then. I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this, and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were?
You don't know?
No. Why would I?
The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. That means someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X. We need to figure out who that was.
Yeah, who is that though? Because that can't be Ace.
I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When were you knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red.
Where did they get you? Do you remember?
It was a small room in one of the hallways on C deck.
What happened?
The same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. A canister releasing some sort of gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas is some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then that means it was...
Zero.
Looks that way, huh?
There's nothing else I have to tell you.
And that was Zero literally protecting Snake.
When I woke up, I was in this coffin.
Why? Why did Zero make Mr. X wear Snake's clothes?
To protect Snake.
How would that benefit Zero?
Zero didn't want him to die. He didn't want anybody innocent to die. And Snake was innocent. Even he was a part of the previous game. Which we already know. So that's why.
I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? And I have no idea how I got the passcode for the coffin either.
But I know, so.
Truth had gone, and truth had gone.
To see him without clothes, duh.
Where did those words come from? Why did I feel compelled to push the buttons on the bracelet after hearing them? All I know is my fingers moved on their own. It was like I did it subconsciously. I don't get it. What the hell does any of it mean? Also, Snake and Clover had been subjects in a similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was...
Alice?
There had been another experiment conducted on this same
She
ship
didn't say the
9
name, did
years
she?
ago.
Were we interrupted? Maybe for a good reason.
And a girl had died during it. Morphogenetic field theory. The 2 murders. Switching clothes. The Nonary game.
Oh wait, I just realized I have still background music going.
Zero. He's the ringleader. The person who trapped 9 of us on this sinking ship. Zero should know everything. If we can uncover Zero's identity, all of our questions will be answered.
Will it though?
At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the other number 9 door.
How does Snake know this?
Oh yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
Don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I, assumed you'd figured it out.
Forget it, let's just get going. All right, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Not yet.
He's been here before. Oh, of course.
Huh?
But were those number doors already number 9 and stuff?
Before we go in, I'd like to check something.
You want to check something?
Yeah, but before I do, 7, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure we can verify with just the 4 of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, all right? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay?
Are you on? Did he?
Please, this is really important. I really need to check this, okay? Work with me here.
What is Junpei?
Fine.
Okay.
All right, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So, we knew that already. It's It's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right. It is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet?
Why don't you take it out, Clover?
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters, Cap.
Thanks, grilled food. Appreciate it. Don't spoil. No.
Then I should be able to open
Enjoy
door
watching
9
it
with
for
just
as long as
me,
you can.
Clover, and his bracelet. Though the big question is, if Cap is the mastermind of this game, would he really put one of these bracelets on? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover,
I
give me
know.
your hand.
Okay.
Now the captain's bracelet. And pull the lever. I knew it. Now, what does this tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work?
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed a third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter.
Else I'll bite him.
All you have to do is put the
No-
bracelet
no
near
need
the
to bite.
panel for it to register.
He's good. I know he won't spoil. I was joking.
Huh. Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility.
That bracelet isn't the number 0.
Well, it's the number 0, but doesn't have the value 0.
Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
Then what number is it?
It was 6.
Let's
wasn't
find
it?
out.
Snake and Clover. So that's 2, 4 is 6, plus 6 would be 12, would be 3. So now Snake and Junpei. Steel 5 is 7. Plus 6. Math is hard in the morning, okay? That is 13. Wouldn't this be the right one? 2 plus 5 is 7, plus 7 is 14. No, that's not correct. 6, 7, and 5 is 12, plus 6 is 18. Yeah, this is
Let's try 7, me, and Cap. If this combination opens the door, then Cap's bracelet is number 6.
There we go.
Hey, it opened! Had the door.
What? Why? What does that mean?
We just said it over. I thought Junpei was the small brain.
Isn't it obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6.
But doesn't it say 0?
It does.
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0.
Of course, it's an O. That's what
It's
it
a letter
was.
O.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it.
Wasn't that 23? 2 plus 3?
I mean, we figured out that Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Or something like that? Or 24?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
There is most likely only one person with a 6.
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is...
9.
That seems the most likely.
What?
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up. Here, look.
List of all the numbered doors June's gone through.
I'll let you know what I'm writing, okay, Snake?
Yep.
And that's everything. I wrote down which door she went into and with whom. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 in wherever there's a 6, the numbers don't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on that list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Interesting.
What about it?
That's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question why? Why would Santa do such a thing?
Huh.
The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open door 9 with only 7 in Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3.
Is it E?
Santa's real number, 7? Would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equations?
Yeah, sure. This is what you were getting at, right, Snake?
Thank you. That is exactly right, 7. Santa's true number wasn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. Conversely, Santa was 0, not 3. Plus 3 and minus 3, they cancel one another out. No.
Santa was still playing by the rules of the Nonary game this whole time.
I will remember this. Should I put something above there like Gristle will remember this?
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not. But I think it is safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Snake's hypothesis. Something doesn't seem right. June's bracelet being flipped. Even if that were possible, that would mean there are 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that's the case...
All right, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
I'm in thinking mode right now.
Oh, it's right there. Oh. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, nobody
I
has
think
to
these stairs go to the bottom deck.
Looks dry.
breathe heavily.
Let's head down.
Oh, time for more puzzles. Here we go.
Hey, it's a...
This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere.
Neptune key. I only have the Uranus key card.
It's a different planet. Plus, it's the wrong kind of key.
Thank you, Clover.
Let's turn around and go back for now.
Yeah. Hey, another door. And a card reader this time.
Hey.
It's the Uranus symbol.
There we go.
This is the place.
Wow! It's totally full of books!
Well, you didn't need to say totally, but yeah, it is full of books.
There's so many. I don't know where to look.
All right, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key.
Okay.
I say we split up and look for it.
Puzzle time.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry.
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of Oh! As he began his search for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words flow through his mind. Okay. Let's see. This one says transition of extinct species. We need to hurry up if we're going to, or we're going to end up in the pages of a book like that. The theory of evolution. Heck, even I know this one. That's Darwin guy, right? Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote a book called On the Origin of Species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. He called it natural selection. Oh god, do I need to remember all these books? Because I'm not gonna be able to do it all. Other small things too. Publish them in a book. Okay. Shelf is concerned with all natural sciences. It's about fossils. Ammonites are pretty nasty looking. Something about the helix fossil, maybe. Mother Nature. Is that some sort of book about hippie chicks? It's most likely about environmental protection. I was just trying to make a joke. Thank you. Dude, hippie chicks, really? That's the joke. Why did mankind lose their tails? Junpei, do you know what it's about? Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and nutrients required to grow them were better put to use elsewhere. That's already on. May have remembered it incorrectly. Cambrian explosion. Wrong kind of explosion, roughly 500 million years ago during what is known as the Cambrian period. Okay. Interesting. There's a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Okay, two more. Introduction to geology. Thinking about Earth even when you're on the ocean, kind of romantic in a way, I guess. Okay. There's a note on that table. Interesting. Lights to the books? Hides itself in darkness. Each page only sees what maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is onto the... Well, I mean... Not for me. I'm way too slow for a reader, so... Locked in darkness. Rather like myself. That's horrible. Is it? Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining, not at all. I live in the darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truths others might miss. That's true. I can hear voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Ah, okay. Oh. What is this? Just gibberish. I don't think they are gibberish. Spell something. Heck, it's worth a shot. I have no clue what to make of it yet. Maybe later. Cosmic inflation. String theory and 10-dimensional space-time. It's talking about superstring theory. Okay. It's a theory of reality where, how can I explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the vibrations of harmonics of tiny systematic strings. Holy shit. I should stop reading these things. I'm making a fool of myself right now. Oh well. Conformal field theory. Okay. Conformal transformation can take place. Science further stuff. Hold on. It's Einstein. Yeah. Quantum gravity 7. Do you have any idea what this is? About you start by using real words. Okay, Was that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of its work. Okay. Leibniz? It's like the complete works of something. I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know. Oh. Ah! 2-month subscription! Thank you, miss. How are you doing? How is your back? Are you able to get out of bed? Perhaps it's about the English revolutionary. Sheldrake. Sheldrake. Isn't Sheldrake? Part of the spine. Huh. In the sofa. Well, at the moment he is behind a door 9, so he's not here at the moment. demon hypothesis. What is there to hypothesize about with a remain? Isn't it pretty straightforward? Heavens no. There are many factors: length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It's an exciting and rapidly growing field. Okay, Pythor. I'm not even going there. That's a famous one. Pythagoras. He's holding the others hostage with a gun at the moment. Yeah, he kind of is. At least we know. Yeah, he took them into a door 9 hostage with Clover. Yeah, June, Clover, and Santa. Indian mathematic. I'm done. Goldbach. May have an odd title, but it's actually very respectable. Mathematicians? Is it whatever? Oh man. Ah, Ace. Ace was there as well, of course. Yeah, Santa, June, Ace, and Lotus. It's early in the morning. I'm sorry, man. Oh, it's a very stupid. No. I mean, he is being a dick right now. With 9 sides, there are 3 of these things. Kind of look like music standards. Something on those stands? Maybe. Any books? I wonder. What's this? Worm? What? Okay. An iron plate bolted down. I still like Santa. No comment on that. So a glass inlay. It's pretty big, but there are only 6 books in it. Okay. Open it. What the hell? It's like they gave us the answer. Six, 3, 2, 4, 1, 6. 6, 3, 2, 4, 1. Oh, 4, 1, 5. Oops. Nobody heard that. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, Shanti. At this point, Ace is way worse. Ace is the gym trainer lookalike, the Pokemon gym trainer lookalike. beautiful light bulb. Okay. They aren't very bright though. Yeah, if you want to know who Ace is and why he's the evil guy, you need to watch the previous VOD that I uploaded yesterday. Yeah. Exclamation point 9. It's in the title. If you do that, you find the playlist. It's for everybody who wants to see that. Six-hour quiz. I don't have time for that. Well, I mean, in total, it's a little bit more, but the last stream is a little bit less than 5 hours, so. Okay, so we need to find more light bulbs. Modern Japanese literature. A picture book here. Don't you think it's a little weird that this book's the only picture book? Okay. Okay, so what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure there's gonna be pages inside, smarta. It's a pop-up book. SE5. And a dash. When I opened it, the 4 letters. The dash is not a letter, though. Well, there you go. Well, less than 6 hours, fine. I do too. Wonder what that means. Mostly about folklore though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. But yeah, that what Shanti said was a pretty good summary. This big opening is the door to the library. It's pretty impressive, almost looks like the door to a shrine or a church or something. That's where we need to go. There's another door after it and then the passageway beyond that. It's like 7 and I don't even exist. Hey, okay, search. What is that? L-I-L-K or? Wait, that's an R? Large round. Wait, how is that an R? L, R, and K. That's... What? How does that work? So, I've got a picture book here with the letters L, R. I don't see the R. And K. I see the K and I see 2 L's, but no R. That's sure. Wait, sure. Fine. Well, here, hold on. Look. I would say L-L-I-K. I don't see an R. Am I missing something? Do I have to like watch it look it like this or something? I don't know. Go home, game you drunk. Yeah, exactly. Cultural heritage of Rome. I hope I don't need to remember all of these books. Sir Lancelot, isn't that just a story? Hellenism? Fusion of Greek and Oriental culture. Grilled food. You have must have been nerdgasming all over the place in this puzzle. I don't know if you're still here, by the way, but if you are, you probably have been nerdgasming all over this. Buddhism. I liked it. Yeah, see? Oriental history. Maybe one. This one's about China's 4,000 year of history or something. Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. I jump in the shower. I'm gonna jump in the shower. You're playing for a while? Yeah, I'll be playing for quite a while. Sorry. Have a nice shower, Missy. Keep in mind, I will be playing this for about another, I think, 5 to 6 hours. As someone who has played this, he will be going at this for quite some time. Yeah. Exactly. Greek mythology. Hey, that I know. I played Age of Mythology. Oh, is there another picture book? Yeah. Okay. Let's search this one as well. Head. Please tell me those are the 5 letters that are in this book and not some... Yes, okay. Good. I don't see... We've checked these, right? Wait. Yeah. Okay, I will send my people to you if when I'm done streaming. My people. Lol. mind swap. Whoa, whoa, calm down, calm down. Is there... Doesn't seem to be anything I can do with this. Oh wait, what if we do... Wait, hold on. It says something, but let's... We need to find those lights first. Does this... Can this tell us anything? It's light blue? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But it doesn't say the color of this one. So it's light blue, red, and yellow. But I don't see any part. Oh, wait. Oh man, so much text. Human equilibrium. So we need to find more lights, I assume. Man, this thing is narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a... Gee, snake, aren't you scared? Imagine a wall 20 inches wide that runs along the top of a 10-story building. Would you walk along that wall, Junpei? A life in darkness can give you courage. Or make you do unknowingly stupid stuff. Huh. Okay. We need to do something with these books, but I do not know what yet. just listening to you read those titles is giving me a headache. Don't say fancy technology stuff. And I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff and you're gonna put me into sleep. Okay, we got all these. I'm wondering, where do we get these? Where do we get these things from? Because I think we need to solve this. I'm afraid, I'm not gonna lie, I'm afraid that I need to remember something about all these, what the books are about. But shit, man. That sounds a little bit too complex, I guess. Right, let's check downstairs. Full of books, yeah. That the other tree would be there as well. Looks like I was right. Maybe I just need to do some guessing. It doesn't have anything to do with the books downstairs. How many runs have you done so far? What do you mean? Because right now, hold on. Here. Right now we are here in this run. We're at the. We've done everything else except for this little part here. And yeah, now we're gonna go here. No, it's not really a story you can play over and over again. It's the thing is the flow of this novel is you have multiple endings, multiple ways where you can end the story. Like here we died, here we died, here we also died. Yeah, we pretty much died, and here we got stuck. And then you need to do the stories in specific ways, which you can see with the keys here and here, and then you can get to different endings. So now we're going for the true ending. Boris said before this room it wouldn't be taking this long at I see. Oh man. I have no clue what to do here, to be honest. I don't have any obvious clue on. Wait, maybe. But I don't know. It's still guessing this. No, you don't have to start from the beginning. I start from a point where I need to do... You needed to start all the way from the beginning every single time? On the... Oof. That's an oof. And it doesn't give me a hint either, right? For this. Electrolysis and electrolyte. So it's not hard to do, but I gotta go. Thanks. Good luck at work, dude. Oh, oof. Like, I need to figure out what these letters stand for, I think. Shell theory. But if I need to remember all of the books that are around here, oh god. Energy theory. History. European history. Oh no, not theory. Yeah, that was the Greek mythology. Yeah, the rest here we already clicked on pretty much. I don't get... Like, we need to find these light bulbs. It's kind of what we need to do. And we found one over here. Yeah, there's nothing in here, right? Nope. That's it. Okay. So that's useless. Can't read them. Okay. So yeah, for this we need light still. It says something like shield or something. RA something. I don't know. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to click on. There isn't a picture book on the shelf anymore. Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a bit stuck, but... Maybe we can use this at some point for the other books. But there aren't any S's on the... I'm not even sure if I need to solve this already, or if there's something else I need to solve it. Okay. And I don't have enough items to even give me somewhat of a clue. I can't imagine Shanti is yelling and pointing at the screen watching. Yeah, she is. Okay, I need to think how I'm gonna phrase this. I would like a hint right now, because I'm really confused on what to do. But I feel like Rutger is the one. I can see that. I can see that. Is this the puzzle that I need to be working on, or is there a different puzzle that I need to be working on right now? I want proof of that. I don't need proof of that. Should be entertaining. It's probably very frustrating. The 4-book puzzle you can do without outside hints or help. Okay. I was trying to put them in alphabetical order, which in that case the E goes first. That would be, I guess, alphabetical order, but that wouldn't, obviously is not the right answer. Oh, wait. I see it. Yeah, no, I see it. I can understand you guys are screaming now. How did I not see this? Holy crap! Okay, I feel a bit dumb now. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a bit dumb now. Okay, that's number 2. So we still need one more. Which, for that... There's nothing we can do with these books, right? We cannot move them or something. Okay, so this is light blue and it has red. This is yellow. And this one doesn't specify color. It's got a volume number written on the lower part of the spine. Okay. Shut up, miss. Go back to showering. Okay, so light blue, red, and yellow. Is there somewhere we can see these colors aside from in those books, that is? I still need the third one, right? Yeah. Sheldrake. Sheldrake on the spine of this book. It's got the volume numbers written on the lower part of the spine. Why does it specify that? So these are 8 and these are 7. Volumes, that is. I am definitely missing something now. Oh, look, there's the lamp. You can see it play right there. I don't think we need to see these books anymore, right? No. Wait, do we need to look at this paper again? Is there something? Wait. It says lights to be books. To the books. Yeah, okay, so that's what we're doing right now. We just need the third light. So that note ain't telling us anything new. Other than that, the thing is going according to... Oh, yeah. A bit more good than bad. That's good to hear, actually, Shanti. Except for watching this stream is probably fairly frustrating. Wait, hold on. There are a number... But I can't even do anything with these books. They're a hint for a puzzle somewhere else, but I don't even know where that puzzle is at the moment. I am missing something. No, no. Is there something I have not clicked on yet? I can't press the golden books there, no. Look. I can't press any books. Or do you mean... Because I cannot click on any bookend specifically. There's gotta be a reason why people connected with each other. Okay, you gotta make keep in mind that there is a delay. But there aren't any books that I specifically can click on. Are there? No. Oh, this is more storyline stuff. This is Clayface's. I thought it was a good one. Hey, there is a question mark at the end, man. There is a question mark. Got him good. Oh. Well, there we go. There was not a puzzle. I just did not look here. No, you didn't tell me that, miss. But you know what? You can take this one. Okay, nice. Awesome, it works. Way to go, Junpei. These letters, they seem familiar. Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake 5. Yes, I know. I want number 5. Wait. Do I first need to...
Sheldrake 5?
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around here.
I was too fast.
Let's go take a look.
I'm sorry. I was too fast.
Okay.
Sheldrake.
Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean.
Yeah, Lotus told me about him.
There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Really? From Lotus, huh?
Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff.
She did?
Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
That girl. I told her not to tell anyone.
It's going too fast.
You did? Why?
Well,
Look, man, I didn't push it because we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay?
tell you what?
Don't give me that. About the experiment.
Ugh. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple.
Good. Just go ahead.
Zero told me not to. I had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on a card.
That's a Braille card. It looks just like the one you showed us earlier. So you had 2 cards.
No, only one.
Huh? What do you mean? I thought that card just had some rules for the Nonary game on it.
Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read you. However, they were not the only thing on the card.
Obviously.
There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read.
And that was?
Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. It's a threat on our lives.
Oh. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero too?
I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange that Zero would shut my mouth, but not hers?
Yeah.
To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl.
What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs happy as a clam now that you're back.
That's very true. I've
In
decided
before
I can
boom.
trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have the time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us.
Why?
Clover told me about the 4-leaf clover, about the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He wouldn't kill us. No matter what the situation was.
Exactly. He wouldn't kill an innocent. He would have lost the game.
Hey, Snake?
This makes I'm pausing. This makes the last ending from previous stream so much more sense, where we only found June and not Santa. Makes so much more sense now.
Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment.
Yeah.
How much do you know?
Clover told me about...
I see. The morphogenetic field in the experiments 9 years prior. How the experiments had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. And the girl that died during the experiment. She told you all that, did she? At any rate, I now know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine
is who did this and why, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
We knew this.
There were 4 of them running the show.
Yeah, we knew this too.
Gentaro Hongo.
This is Ace. Gentaro Hongo is Ace.
Nagisa Nijisaki.
No clue who that is
Teruaki
yet.
Kubota. Kagechika Musashido. Hongo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Oh, we're getting pictures now. This is Ace.
Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company's research and development division.
Was that the 9th man? It looks... no.
Musashido was
not.
their majority stockholder.
It looks straight up gangsta. I mean, he does. He looks a little bit like he has that fedora thing on.
It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify it for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashido provided the cash.
Huh, so it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashido...
Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them with their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. Those 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling a human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenetic field.
Huh.
Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produce the same results. The more people who knew the answer to a question, the more there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why is that? How could it happen? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. That's essentially the idea behind morphogenetic fields.
But that's just a theory.
Okay.
Can't bring yourself to believe it?
Yeah,
Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial.
So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenetic field.
That's right.
But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying.
Yes.
So how are they going to do that with a morphogenetic field?
I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. tomorrow, the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding. Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the fields are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
Now, if there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people, if that one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do handstands as well. Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
A handstand. That's what he would be able to do, which is already in and of itself quite impressive, because I really only can do it for a second or so.
Come on, there's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands? What would happen then? A person who has the power to write to the field, and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
So the transmitter's resonant event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, close enough at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least, that was how they thought. That was why they decided to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began. By the way, Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansfeld experiment?
Yeah, that was an experiment in telepathy, right? You place a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then you show one a picture and ask the other what they see.
Interesting. I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
Big brain.
So, why did you bring up the Gansfeld experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them, he found, had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had one transmitter and one receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put into Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert.
That's where Snake was, right?
The children who excelled at receiving
Snake was on
were
the boat.
put in Group A.
Clover was on the...
Group A was then placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic.
Yeah. That was Snake, and Clover was in
From the
Nevada.
experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany. The other, have you ever been faced
sorry.
with an especially difficult
other is
problem
danger.
and thought about it very long and very hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind?
Well, I mean, if I think long and hard enough, I know it's not gonna happen. Most
It
cases
may
it's
seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany.
not. But sure.
The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. That's where Hongo came in.
Thank you, Dragon Faith. And welcome. I haven't seen you. Maybe I've seen your name before, but welcome.
They set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each one before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. He had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q.
Let's see if anybody else was streaming this game. Ah, okay. Well, welcome nonetheless. I stream this on Saturdays normally, and through weekdays I stream different games.
Building Q duplicated the interior and puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Every detail was exactly the same. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you have the answers, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape.
I thought you're not using your laptop keyboard anymore, Missy. What is this?
But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Those were his orders. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely?
That's a subject turn right there.
It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All of the equipment, the instruments, everything. All of it identical. Everything was just like the real Apollo 13.
Use my other keyboard when I see it. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts found themselves in. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems the astronauts were dealing with. Once they found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule.
That's actually quite big brain of NASA.
That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic in Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, they had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage.
Huh.
Hey, Junpei, Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here, and soon.
Yeah.
Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you.
Who died?
Are you sure that there were 18 kids?
Why?
Well, I thought it was only 16.
Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment.
Is this a blind playthrough? Want to be sure if I don't accidentally say spoiler. Yes, it is completely blind. Obviously, as you probably already played through it, this is the true ending. So the rest, before all this, I know everything. But yeah, from here on out, it's blind.
After all, you couldn't exactly play a Nonary game with any less, could you?
Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong?
Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing.
What about if 7 was one of those 2 and the girl that died was a relative of 7 and 7 doesn't remember it?
They were brother and sister, like Clover and I.
Maybe?
The brother's name was Aoi.
We've heard that name before.
The sister's name was... Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died.
Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? Then, who is June? No. That's impossible. It can't be true. Akane isn't that uncommon of a name.
Exactly.
If Snake had known her last name, that's a different matter entirely. So they share a name. A lot of other people do too. It doesn't mean anything.
Junpei, all you need to remember now if she had a brother.
It was
That's-
someone else. Of course it was. It has to be.
Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's get back down there, all right?
I couldn't do it. Why didn't I ask? What's her last name? I just couldn't get the words to come out.
Your childhood best friend has a brother. Wouldn't be me. Oh yeah, I totally forgot, but we need to go here. Yes, yeah, just press it. Okay. Oh. Uh, 13, 14, 10, 13? Am I saying that right? Yeah. Okay. Is this one the same? Oh. Dragon, thank you so much. Welcome for and thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's not gonna open, is it? Fine. Okay. Shelf is moving. Or is that all we're gonna get? This bookshelf hasn't changed. Wait. Let's give it a shot. Oh, we got a hint. Yeah, that's the hint. Okay. 13 is 4. 14 is 5. Gonna have to go unfortunately go to bed since it's late over here. That's been said, I have followed you and I will try to catch your stream later. Sorry. I love you. Hope you love the game. I do. Sleep well, Dragon. Thank you for stopping by, man, and thank you for the follow again. Have a great night, dude. Okay, so 4, 5, 1, 4. Which 4 is Ivy. Yeah. Okay, clear. Is it an idea to start writing again? Hold on. Just to make it more visual. Okay. So the first one is 13. Second one is 14. Is 10. And is 13. If we add up all of them, is 40. It's 50 exactly. $50 in Roman numerals is just the letter D, right? Wasn't that? What if we type in... Okay, that didn't work. Confirmed into Arabic. Yes, okay. And why don't you just convert the numbers to... Oh, base 10! I forgot about that. So that would be a D... That makes sense. Okay, I know what to type now. Yeah, exactly. I am surprised Clover is not more worried. She has played the game before. I don't know if it matters which door to pick, but at least I found the exit. Hold on. Sorry, I got a message on Discord.
All right, this is the next.
Hold on.
The door!
Did that just close on its own?
Don't tell me we can't go back.
I don't know. Let's see.
We can't go back. Okay. I'll
Damn
see
it.
you in a bit.
It looks like it locks automatically.
Trust me, I won't be too far ahead from here.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked, too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave?
Well, yeah, that might work, but...
Hey! Wait a minute! Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh, man.
Looks that way.
Oh boy, that's a lot of deads and breads.
No way!
For real?
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, if that's what you prefer. I rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. All right then, let's begin.
Okay. Let's begin indeed. The study. Pile of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess. Some of this crap looks familiar. As part of the puzzles we've solved in other rooms. Oh, nice. How exciting. Okay. Really big and it feels really sturdy. It seems pretty heavy duty. Most belongs to whoever uses this room, wouldn't you say? The fans are for ventilation. They're probably there to circulate air. Yeah, that's what fans tend to do. Oh, it's... I was trying to check the table itself. There is a screen now. What is this? What? Numbers and letters connected by equal. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. Make the cells all green. Wait, what's the hint? 0 is 0, 6 is 6. Yeah, so it's the base 10 thing again. So A is 10, and D is 4, and 0 would be A. Reset this. Why is this red though? And why is this green? 5 and 1 is 6 plus F is 15 is 21. L is 21. 6 and 4. Oh, D is seen as 13, of course. So wait. B is 11. No, C. So B needs to be off. That one to be. So these two need to be on. Hold on, I'm gonna make a little tic-tac-toe so I know which one needs to be on and which one needs to be off. So that's one. So this one and that one needs to be on. And this one and that one needs to be on. This one needs to be on. And the whole middle row needs to be on. So close. There we go. You solved the puzzle. Thank you, Snake. Oh, what came out? A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Okay. We'll probably need it somewhere. On the upper left is the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right is the cross symbol. The bottom left is mysterious circle symbol. Lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved on the bottom right. Okay, so we need to find 4 of these. guess you weren't there, Chloe, but I solved the puzzle like this in the wheelhouse. I think I need to do the same thing here. Okay, then show me now, of course. Maybe I gotta run through the instructions. If I just touch the direction I want to turn to, the compass will turn to that direction. Something will happen if I can do it right. Okay, do we have the thing? Oh, I think we need to go back now, so... we go south. West. Southeast. Northeast. East. North. And then east again. God. Calm down, Clover. Yes. Okay, we got the second shield. Something unlocking, you know? Okay. That's number 2. Can we see? Okay. No. Metal shell. Looks pretty sturdy. It's framed with black and yellow warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, we can open it. Oh. The 7th thing. What if Akane is in here? Instead of Alice or all eyes, it's Akane in there. Yeah, it says all eyes. Oh well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand. Forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is that actually true? There's something written on pieces of paper. Looks like we've got 3 sheets of stuff. everything from this item. Oh. File. Oh, that's totally not. Well, we'll see when we need it for the puzzle. There are 3 pipes here. Huh. Just gonna wait till the guys come home. Oh, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to go and bring them ourselves then. Don't get smarter, VK. Yeah. It says it's locked. I'm not gonna be able to open this door until I find a card that. Okay. No. Okay. Hi. Okay, we cannot go that way anymore. P, give me an I, give me a P and an E. What the hell are we doing? I don't know. Okay, we've solved. Yeah, we solved 2 puzzles. There needs to be something else we can do. Oh. We don't need this anymore. Oh. Whoops. Already solved it. Seems like I'm missing something here. Like, I found that piece of paper, but I don't have it in my item inventory. So it is in my files, but I don't know what it's... No. No. Gotta get rid of those that we've already got. Morse code, we got all of those. Okay, hold on, 1 sec. I gotta pee really bad, so I'll be back in just a second and then we'll continue. Okay. We're ready to continue. Is there something else we need to do? Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's a good old you should be saying you're not dirty. Nah, he's honest. Okay. Yeah, I already solved this puzzle. So I think this screen is oh. Oh god, hold on. And timeout. There we go. Back to the game. Oh. Okay. So that's what we needed that paper for, maybe. There's 2 dots on the first, 4 on the second, and 1 on the left. If I hold the button down, it will enter a dot. Once we enter our enter, it'll automatically determine if it was correct or not. You can also switch through the code sheets I've got by touching 3 icons over on the right. Okay. So we have 3 letters to punch in pretty much. But which one? Do we have any clue on which numbers to press in? To push in? Come on, man, it's gonna be famous. Yeah. Two symbols, 4 symbols, and then 1. Okay. Yeah. 2, 4. That makes sense. I know. Yep. Okay, so what are letters with 2? So we have an A, an I, an M, an N. And so hold on. The first one can only be 2, 4, and 1. First one can only be an A, an I, an M, or an N. Right? Yes. Okay, the fourth one can be a lot of letters. And I'm gonna write them all down. B, C, F, H, J, L, P, Q, V, X, Y, Z. Y, Z, and then the 1 can pretty much only be an B. Or a T. What if we do big brain? Big brain. I filled in ice. It was a trivial matter to decode them. Okay. I heard a sound from behind the shutter. Nice. I don't think it is, but let's check it out anyways. Let's use the box. Just jumpy about it sometime. So wait, this, yeah. We solved that one too. Wait, take out what's in there. Wait, there was something in there? Oh, there is something at the bottom. There we go. Thank you for telling me. I missed that part. Because I was looking at the chat. As quickly as possible. I don't have any objectives to that. Don't think we'll use the Neptune key in this room. Really important. Yes, it is. Back. Oh, wait. Steering. Wait, what was the... I think... The cross was first, right? Steering wheel, cross, word circle, and kind of wobble. Steering wheel, cross, word circle. Steering wheel. When you touch a numbered area, the area will be selected and will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press check once you have moved all the balls except the red ones, which you cannot move. Digital root of the balls in each area must match the number in that area. Obviously, that's it. Don't you mean... What? Then you can make fun of me. Okay, well, first we need to solve this one. So, what if we put... Oh, wait. I want to do this one first. Seven and 2. 5 and 6 is 11. No, this wouldn't work. Hmm. 6, which will be... This would be 6. Oh shit, I made it 22, not 21. I'm a dummy dumb. Oh, wait. 8 and 1 is 9. So it's 20, which wouldn't work either. Okay. Oh, yeah. Was it steering wheel crossword weird circle waffle, right? Yes. Okay. Sure you don't... No, it's fine. I'll look at the screen over on the right. Anyway, like they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Oh, well, here comes Snake with the correction. One. So we need to get 1 to 10. And this one to 16. Or 24. No, 25. Wait, why not? Oh shit, wait. Oh, of course not. It needs to be 3. I'm a dummy dumb. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm dumb. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, so smaller numbers go... that goes in here, and the rest... Oh. Right? Yes. That one isn't allowed. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Okay. Now it's the weird circle thingy. Don't you think? No. It'll be fine. If you can't think of any clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hear something. Shut up. Just give me a break, alright? Yeah. A 7 twice. So I guess this time we need to go to 16. One more puzzle to go. Eight and 9. So if we do... Oh. But we can't do this. Because I cannot use these numbers. So one of these doors just can't happen in general. How can I use... Wait, do I just do this? Oh, we don't have to go through one though, obviously. It never said both doors.
A picture.
Oh, storyline. That looks like the 4 people.
What the?
See? That's the other guy. He looks like the 9th man. And this guy looks like the captain. And this is the snake lookalike.
What the hell is this?
This man with a mustache on the right. He's the same guy we found murdered in the captain's quarters. He had the Zero bracelet on his left arm. And this second man, with the glasses and a doctor's coat. He's the 9th man, the one with bracelet number 9.
That's why Zero changed out him for Snake.
He died after he went into door 5. But this guy, the one in the striped suit.
Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Oh, shit.
But what does it mean? What is Ace doing in this picture? Not only Ace, the 9th man and Cap too. And they look happy, like they knew each other well. Why? How? How in the world are these 4 men connected?
You say Ace is in that picture?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the 9th man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
Ah, so the 9th man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarters are also in the picture?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it.
No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair, he looks smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize.
What's the date of the photograph?
It doesn't have one.
Did you look on the back?
The back?
Yes, the reverse. The other side.
Huh. Praying for the success of the Nonary project. With Nijisaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Huh.
Then the 4 men in this picture were the organizers of the Nonary game 9 years ago. That means Ace, the 9th man, and Cap were all responsible for making it happen. But I feel like I should be more shocked about this. It's almost as if that's just how things were always supposed to be. Why? Why am I not surprised? Ace was the one in charge of the Nonary project. And why? Why am I so calm? It's like I already knew.
Of course. I understand now. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gentaro Hongo.
Ace is Hongo?
I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar. Too similar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. I couldn't be sure, though.
Sorry.
After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hongo.
Oh, yes. I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada. But Hongo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hongo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry. I apologize for keeping this from you. But if I'd told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that.
Hey, Junpei. You think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
Sure.
It's Ace's neck, though. I'm not so sure.
Hongo Kubota, Nijisaki Musashiro.
I mean, in this picture, he is kind of the you know, the stud of the four.
Hongo Kubota, Nijisaki
Oh,
Musashiro.
He's getting a epiphany.
Hongo Kubota, Nijisaki Musashiro.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Hey, Seven, do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet. I'm this close to remembering.
Yeah.
This close. Hongo Kubota, Nijisaki Musashiro. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Nonary Project.
Oh, here we go.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit, this is nuts.
Oh,
What's nuts?
here comes the big brain
I
part.
remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it.
Oh, now we're getting...
My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got snatched.
What?
Let me tell you what happened. Like Snake said, Ace is Hongo from the right. The other three are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota.
Yeah, we knew this.
Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you, I finally got my memory back.
We just talked about
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place, before you forgot it.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days.
Just give us the short version, all right?
Short version, huh? Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though. I'm a detective. It's a little awkward to say this about myself, but you could probably consider me a lone wolf type. I hold to my own code, because I think doing what's right is more important than doing what you're told. That's why I followed my gut that night. A slim lead brought me to the wharf. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been cold as fuck, and I could barely see squat. I was investigating a mess of kidnappings, all of them children. It all had one thing in common. A history of visits to one particular hospital. A hospital under the management of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. And my investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. After a little sweet talking, I managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle. My source told me this.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
So I headed to the wharf. From the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them were carrying large bags. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. No doubt about it. There were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding, with my gun already in my hand.
Don't move.
I felt metal touch the back of my head.
Drop the gun. I could kill you right now. It'd be easy to get away with it, too. Just tie an anchor to your feet, and no one would find you for a week. That what you want? The fish here would love a meal.
007. Ah! Ah!
He kept digging the cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. I did what he said and laid my gun on the ground.
Maybe we'll get something to know about his scars on his
Then
face.
suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle.
A drug?
That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it! Shit, my head hurts. I did a quick once-over of the room. Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink. A toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh? Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open. Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat... Huh. I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long.
You do, Simon. You know how long.
Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying. But I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5, or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was.
I love this face though.
The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold up. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
A man of beauty, yeah.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
I don't know why the toilet is the thing you're looking at, but... Yeah, see now that's also something that's a little bit bothering me.
How do you like that, you son of a bitch?
How does he fit through that? He's one of the biggest men.
I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside. The first bit or so was tight. I had a wriggle on my belly. It wind up eventually, and there was space for me to crawl along on my hands and knees.
No, I called him Big Bug.
I went from crawling like a worm in dirt to skittering like a bug. Couldn't say it was much better, but I'd take what I could get. And when I'd been in the thing long enough to start wondering where it'd take me, a massive sound nearly scared the piss out of me. It was like a heavy metal door had just been slammed shut. Then there was a voice. What? I wasn't sure what it meant, but anything with incinerator is bad news.
Smart.
Then, almost as if that was a cue, I heard a mess of young-sounding voices. A bunch of them were straight up screaming in terror, and all the sounds together made a howl that made the hair on my neck stand straight up. Damn it! What the hell is going on here? I scrambled through the duct as fast as I could. I made a giant racket, but I didn't care at that point. I soon found a metal door on the left side of the duct. The kids were screaming on the other side. I found it. I yanked the handle and threw the door open. I almost ripped the metal off its hinges. What the hell is this place? I couldn't believe what I saw. The room had a dome up top, and there had to be about 9 walls, all the same size. Up in the ceiling was an upside-down funnel, almost like a chimney. I looked down. There they were. The kids I've been searching for.
That's Snake. Isn't that Snake? That's Snake. That's right there. But yeah. And that. Wait,
They all gawked up
it's
at me,
difficult to
suddenly
point
silent,
from
for the
here.
moment, from surprise
And
and
above me
fear.
is probably Santa.
Scared of the room or me, I couldn't tell. Not like I can blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. I snorted at my own dig at myself and turned to the kids. Don't worry, kids, I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. All of them stood there, frozen. Well, except one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Santa.
Who the hell are you?
He stepped forward and glared at me suspiciously. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. It looked like they relaxed some the second I got the words out.
How are you gonna help us?
Where's the exit?
There isn't one. The doors we came in through won't open, and the door over there...
He kind of cut himself off. I think he was considering something before he changed his mind.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon. So...
The voice spoke again.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
They only had 15 minutes. I looked back down at the kids. Looks like a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. No way I could pull them up. Too big of a distance for any of us to reach. What the hell was I gonna do? But then I got an idea. Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you just gonna leave us here?
They just got frightened again. I'm not the best at that kind of thing, but I tried to reassure them with a smile. Don't worry, all right? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there. Got it?
Crispy kids. Shelty, please.
I didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. I had to hurry. Well, as fast as a guy could on his hands and knees. Didn't take me long to get back to my cell. Still no way out of there, but I had a plan. When I got it, I dove back into the hole and took off towards the incinerator.
He took his bed sheets and
Then-
stuff, right?
Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. I tipped out the doorway and dropped down the rope I brought with me. Back in the cell, I'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied. All right, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right!
Wait a sec. Something was off. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered.
I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said!
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door...
He was in the middle of explaining when...
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
The wall shook a bit from the voice bouncing around.
Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here!
Right! I grabbed onto the rope. The first one I pulled up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie. A boy in a jacket came after. He said he'd climb up on his own. The boy in the uniform was the last up. Like the other kid, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked pretty scrawny, but I guess he was stronger than he looked. He moved fast, but when he was almost to me, we heard some knocking. Everyone looked at the door. It had a thick, square window set into it. On the other side, an angry face was staring in.
God damn it! What's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened, and a man stepped in looking half mad with fury. I recognized his face. I saw him many times in photos during my investigation. The man's name was Gintaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. Yeah! It was like he was an animal. He lunged. Hurry!
I know!
The boy in the uniform booked it up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
15 feet. 10. The second I could reach the kid, I grabbed him. I hauled him up and tossed him into the duct behind me.
No!
Hongo had lost it. His face didn't even look human. It was like the bastard pulled off his fake face. He was really a terrifying devil or some kind of damn monster. I quickly reeled in the rope,
He does.
leaving a furious Hongo yelling at me from the
And
floor.
will continue to do so.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
Experiment? What experiment?
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
Hey, old man! What the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
The boy in the uniform was trying to get my attention. I may have thrown a salute in the raging asshole's face before I closed the door behind me. No point to going back to the cell, so we went down the other direction instead. After about 30 feet, we came across another duct on the left. This one was heading down. Everybody nodded and took turns sliding down it. The duct emptied us out into a narrow hallway. There was a door on either side. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was familiar. It had black and yellow stripes, and a device next to it on the wall. A plate on it read, Incinerator. Incinerator?
Yeah, that's where we were.
It was the girl with the red tie who answered me. We were inside an incinerator?
Yeah, Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there,
Yeah, that's not good.
that meant we better. We gotta get out of here. Go to the other door, hurry! The kids started running, and I was close on their heels. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Run! Didn't need to tell them twice. We went up and up and up.
He cracks me up every time. It's
Feet
good
pounding
voice
the
acting.
steps. Our arms pumping fast. We went round and round and round, and the devil was on our tail. The stairway kept going. We passed a couple of landings when the boy in the uniform suddenly spoke.
Santa, a snake.
Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid's sister. The girl with the red necktie.
My kids?
Akane. Akane. That's strange. I didn't remember seeing that name on the list of missing kids.
Hey! Akane!
He kept his hands around his mouth and yelled.
Maybe we outran her.
No. But yeah, I'm not looking into it too much, so that means
The boy in the uniform skidded to a stop. I stopped too, and so did the other two kids. When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest in one of them?
No, that's impossible.
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
Hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
I don't think the kid even heard me. Fuck! I spun around to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, all right? You got it? The girl nodded and ran up the stairs. But the boy...
I'm going with you.
that's Snake.
I didn't have time to argue. I just nodded and took off down the stairs. I could hear. We ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
I could tell the kid was frustrated. And then suddenly,
Help me! Somebody help me!
we heard a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway by the incinerator. We rushed in after him. I couldn't for the life of me believe what we were seeing. That bastard Hongo had Akane by the arm and was forcing her into the incinerator.
Come on, goddammit, move!
No, I don't want to! Let me go, please! Let go of me!
But wait, if they are brother and sister, why were they both on the ship? That doesn't make sense. Right? Wasn't it like they were split, or is that just an assumption that I just took and that I might have?
She planted her feet squarely on the floor and was struggling to get away. But Hungo was bigger and stronger. She wasn't gonna win. My brother roared with anger and charged toward Hungo.
Help me!
Yes.
Ah! You're too late, idiot!
Hungo lifted Akane bodily into the air and threw her, still fighting him.
It's
into
at
the
Kenny.
incinerator.
I don't like that.
Ah!
See?
Before we could even blink, Hungo had leapt through the door after her. We saw him land inside. And then, the door slammed shut. We ran to the door. We did everything we could think of to get the thing open. But
Ah! Fuck! It's no use! The goddamn thing won't move an inch!
he started slamming his fists against the door. He was close to shattering his knuckles with how hard he pounded on it.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
You came back!
Her voice was muffled, but all of us could hear the sheer terror in it.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here!
Where's Hungo?
He went out the other door!
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's the same damn thing!
Are you there?
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
His words would have seemed like a sick joke to her if she'd been able to see how white and bloodless his face was right then.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
Please! Please help me! I'm really scared! I don't want to die, please! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!
It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay?
It was torture listening to her sobbing on the other side of the door.
It's waifu.
Her brother was nearly crying himself. He could only stand there, fists clenched so tight his knuckles were white.
What happened then?
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I want to remember that?
Then...
Yeah. Shit. If I'd known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl, Akane, really...
Yeah, I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something... burning. The fire stopped, but we still didn't move. Me and the jacket kid were frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed as if he couldn't hold himself up anymore. A few minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform tripped over his own feet running in. We followed, too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made my lungs feel like they were on fire.
Obviously.
It was like standing on hot asphalt. And in the middle of the room, there it lay. The kid's legs were shaking so bad, I don't know how he managed to walk. I couldn't see his face, but his body somehow looked empty. Finally, he reached it. He fell to his knees as his legs gave out on him. And then...
Can I ask you one more thing?
What's that?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me,
whole
okay?
lot.
Please?
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki. You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You are correct, Detective. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
My rifle, man. The plot thickens. The plot sucks.
Of course not.
But who?
Clover, what about you?
Hey, come on! You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot! I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Well, I guess I believe you. All right, let me ask you another question. Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes. I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother. But I didn't know he was Santa. At least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. It was only a short while ago, while we were leaving the library. When she told me that, I had a feeling.
Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, June's brother?
There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there is one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room. It had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man, what kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got my memory back, all right? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the 3 murders make sense then, don't they?
But that means there were also more than 9 people playing.
Yeah, that's right. Murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place?
If Junpei is correct, and the body in the shower room was Nijisaki's, that means all of the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa is Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister. That's why he killed them.
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you.
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
I get your Santa love now more. I guess you can call it love. I don't know.
The next target
You know what?
will be Gentaro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary project.
In other words, Ace.
What?
Whoa, what the hell's going on here?
Oh no.
Must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on, we need to get out of here.
How?
I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go.
Wait. This arrow, this arrow, this arrow. Let's go. I found it.
Huh. I think the shaking stopped.
It would seem so, but we are yet to be out of danger.
You're right. Let's hurry.
This exit needs the Uranus card, too. Hey, Junpei.
Yeah, I know. All right, it's open. Let's go. Okay, Neptune Key, let's see if you work. Yes! I think it unlocked. It says incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah.
Then there ought to be a lever near the door.
Yeah, right here.
Pull that and the door should open.
Got it.
Wait, hold on.
Let's go. What the hell is going on? What's wrong? Are you okay?
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
Who are you?
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
No, who are you?
Santa.
Hey, where is it? Where's the gun? You hide it somewhere?
I don't have it. I got sucker punched and they took the gun.
What? Who took it?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace.
Ah, yes. Ace the crazy guy is back at it again. Who are you?
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to say Gentaro Hongo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals?
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right?
Another irritating insect. And how do you know that,
Good question.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's... First is 1. Give me your hand. 8.
She is the one saying jumpy. Yeah, no, I figured that.
And with this... 9.
But since he knew about the paper that he didn't find in this timeline, I assume he also now knows, like, he knows all the timelines.
The ninth
pretty
man.
much.
Kubota's bracelet.
I believe I've won this game. I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, what? Ace doesn't know who Zero is. What the hell are you planning, Santa?
At any rate, this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye.
Wait!
What? Why isn't it opening?
Because that wasn't
One more time.
that wasn't the 9. That's why he switched. He big-brained it. Santa big-brained it.
Now open!
Because the 9th one is probably
What is this?
the value
Why?
6. It's not the number 9 watch that he has.
The digital root should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Now!
Oh, here we go.
No! Ugh.
Poor Lotus. Well, I mean...
Oh, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Get a 7-punched loser.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
Oh, shit.
9 years ago?
Yeah, you finally figured it out, dumbass.
Oh.
Ace. You killed Kubota, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
Oh, right. You don't know yet. All right. We'll just go through them in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go into door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figure it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the Nonary game, the number 9 is dangerous. Whoever had the 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. Adding 9 to any number doesn't change the digital root, which means that number 9 could do whatever they wanted. You wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2.
Yep. I agree.
You wanted the number 9 bracelet for yourself, so that you could make use of its power. In fact, you did use it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number hadn't been 9, Kubota was a problem. He knew your past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. You needed to silence him before he told anyone. 4. But last, and perhaps the most disturbing, you used Kubota as a test. You wanted to know how serious this Nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank?
Yeah. Source, trust me. Trust me, I was doing my task.
You convinced him to break the rules so you could see what would happen. That was why you killed Kubota. But he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing parts for the Reds, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not... Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid.
So he, the Nijisaki guy, didn't have bracelet number 2 then. Because otherwise he couldn't open door 3, right? Because his own is 1, and I'm guessing the number that he had is 6, so that would be 7. Which would mean Nijisaki should be 6? No, 5.
But his presence made you
I guess.
think.
Maybe?
Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. That was when you decided you had to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red. Verified your own number and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed. And poor Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say Snake is still alive?
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm as good as new.
Oh yes, my Snake, my boy is still alive at least. Still got that.
Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Understandable.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Last but not least, let's talk about Musashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said?
Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
I handed it to you, and you left the room. You had been in charge of the Nonary project. Of course you would have known the solution to every puzzle, which would mean that you also knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All you had to do was place the watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, you could enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Conveniently placed next to him was an axe that practically begged you to kill him with it. You picked up that axe and buried the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. And then you returned to the chart room as if nothing had happened.
But why would he want them?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
I had no reason to say no, so I followed you to the wheelhouse. When we stepped inside, remember how you slipped your hand into my vest? You pulled out a piece of paper, the one I used to cheat during the vote. But that wasn't really what you were after. Your true purpose had been to slip the watch into my pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. Had way too many holes, and someone saying the wrong thing could have brought it all down around you. You must have been desperate. But what made you willing to risk it all to do it? Ace. Musashido's murder is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it.
Because of this.
What's with the paper?
Just read it.
Let's see. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent.
Oh, shit.
Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. Zero.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got to it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You meant to kill him from the beginning, then? Musashido, I mean.
I only knew Musashido was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He seemed confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning, even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways.
You've been played.
Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashido was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap. And I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating you, Zero was able to kill 3 people and keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa?
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any...
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, I guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh? My memory came back to me, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero.
He ain't the brat. He ain't the brat.
And Zero's you.
Looks like you really do have your memories back, huh?
He's waifu's brother.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you
But
got
who's
me.
June?
I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing... No, I guess there's 2 things you got wrong. Number 1, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant, like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
June?
Calm down there, Junpei. Didn't I say 2 things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said, all of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys were playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Can we save?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
Wait.
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw... What? What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki? Ugh! Oh, my head! My head, it feels like...
Seven!
Oh, sorry.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know. I just...
Don't give me a hope, Gabe.
I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode!
What was the Nonary Project? I'm sure you know already, but I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For 2 organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenetic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what this experiment was conducted to determine. There were 2 separate locations. One was the Gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada called Building Q. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzles, copies of identical ones on the Gigantic. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were put in Building Q, and the receivers were put on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in Building Q. However, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
Where what is going?
Don't play dumb.
He is dumb, and I am a little bit dumb.
You know
now
things
too.
you shouldn't. Things you couldn't.
Yes.
How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hongo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's...
He knew because I knew. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures then? Imagine a river that splits in two like an upside down Y. The river flows from top to bottom from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backwards. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but it never flows backwards. That's why people at rivers source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river. Even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Wait. Who am I? I am the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is in my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Oh, well, that's the next game. We're done. We know it. We know 0 for the next game. We don't have to play it anymore. Where did she go? June? No, Akane. Where did she go?
Santa!
Freeze. Get up.
Sure isn't about to take the gun off of him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but...
Hey, what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing?
He can't get through any normal doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit. They're out. Oh. Here we go. Now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. Seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying.
Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon.
I am confused.
Oh, you mean we're trapped?
Why did he do that?
So it would seem.
What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No, you can't be serious.
But oh, he is shit. We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. It's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. Is 8. Is there a combination that'll work?
Junpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
The incineration room isn't going off, so... Sure, why not? I don't think I'm going to need them ever again. Looks like she's writing equations, a lot of them. And she doesn't look very happy.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Can get a look at what she's writing. Let's see.
Huh.
2, 4, 5, 7. But that means we leave Lotus behind.
What? And there's no other way?
It's okay. Go.
Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Where the hell did that come from? Looks like she expected that about as much as I did.
Without, if you're not... Look, it'd be bad, all right?
You sure just have much.
Bad?
Yeah. If there weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Uh-huh.
Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, all right? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You didn't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act the stuff as you want, Lotus. We can see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would be able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't, see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh, yeah.
No! What is this? Why? The digital route should be 9! It has to be 9! Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
You should Google that. And then tell me who that voice actor is and how I should know him.
You were right.
It ain't opening.
But it did open 9 years ago. The digital route was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
You think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Or the value of our... I can do is stand here and stare at this door with the 9 on it. This is the end. No, it's not. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that had vibrated in his eardrums, I heard. Thanks, miss. Who is this voice actor? Did he do any big? One of the Critical Role members. Oh, okay. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic fields, we were resonant and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. ... It started with a tremendous noise like a clap of a thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonance melted into him and we became one inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind 9 years in the future, but I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Eventually, it becomes difficult. I don't like what you're doing. It becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here!
That was my brother Howie. He was yelling. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age.
Come on, hurry up!
We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into a large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. Girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the Nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake.
Hello? Everyone? Could you come over here for a moment?
He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. The fights died down and we gathered around.
I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday.
Of course it's her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. Oh, that's the daughter at the bottom. This is probably the daughter of Clover, right?
I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hope that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand?
I didn't mean Clover. Lotus. I meant Lotus.
If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember.
I'm gonna edit it in the YouTube video, so it will say Lotus from the start.
We need trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. They're a promise between friends.
I took one too. Eventually, he left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had the last thing to say.
Now don't ever forget, so long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished the tension of only a few minutes before it was gone, we were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors on them. We found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Akane fishing. Before long, we found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. But if there was only 1 door, that meant only 5 people could escape.
What are we gonna do? There aren't any other doors!
We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already. Holy shit, talking is difficult sometimes.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Oh,
What?
sorry.
What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good.
My brother I swallowed hard and answered,
I think it means this room is gonna burn.
Burn!
The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No! Help me!
Abject terror filled the room as everybody began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. Yeah, he sure is. 9 years later, we would call him 7.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent away from the incinerator and slid down into the hall. We came out on the other side of door 9. On the wall opposite to the door was a set of double doors. We went through the door and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me was Nona, Aoi, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who'd gone through door 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran, and ran. We leaped across many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized...
Where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present?
That's through the vent. Then I dropped it when we slid out. I had to go back. I had to. I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. Well, you can say at least one thing. Akane was just as stupid as Junpei. I ran to the central hall that connected all the other areas of the ship. I hid in the shadows, and a moment later I felt a rush of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight and then ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran to the hallway and looked around frantically.
There it is!
It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over, snatched it from the floor, but as I ran back towards the stairs and freedom... The door of the incinerator opened and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Kentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke in a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left fist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could.
No! Stop! Let go of me! Let go!
I shook my body and I flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo.
Stop struggling, goddammit! Do as I tell you!
He heaved me on his arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. Heaved? I don't know. I screamed.
Help me! Somebody help me!
Then suddenly...
Akane!
The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake.
Akane!
He cried my name again as he leaped towards Hongo.
You came back!
I cried out, but then...
You're too late, idiot!
Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator.
Ah!
The force of it threw me on the floor. I scrambled on my feet and looked towards the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me. But behind him, I could see my brother, his fist clenched. But those fists never reached Hongo. With a cold, heartless screech of metal on the... With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, with his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Sorry. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat at the next door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelet carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all. He walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. As a few moments later, the 2 doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran towards the door with the number 9.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay?
I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice.
Help me!
My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room.
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here! Where's Hongo? He went out the other door! What?
Then it started again.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Incineration will begin in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Man, I knew it was gonna say, but... Man, I knew what it was gonna say, but that one is hell... But that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting.
Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck! Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What in God's name are you talking about? It's 9 years this and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus, but we really don't have time to explain it right now. I promise, I'll tell you everything once we get out of here.
I don't know why Santa is doing this, though. That's what I don't get.
Incineration will begin in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn. What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means. Well, god damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. Talk about whatever you want. But you have to do something for me. 7, figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be some sort of emergency shut-off button.
There isn't anything like that.
How the hell do you know?
Because I looked for it 9 years ago.
But Akane found it. Did she? Maybe? The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it, but...
What the hell is that?
What else could I say? The floor opened and the machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least, it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I whipped them off even as more took their place and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. Hello, Chrono. How are you doing? First playthrough, yes. I mean, you know, I'm at the true ending right now, so... All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on the screen is a reflection of my own screen. Yeah, it's a cool game. So far, so good. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. God, man, I wish that thing would just shut up.
Incineration will begin in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it?
Hey, move!
Oh, is he gonna hacker woman?
Okay, it's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, I'll push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh? Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What's up?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
I got a bunch of numbers and letters scattered across 5x5 grid. Numbers range from 1 to 8.
Do you think that if we solve this puzzle...
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right?
Alright, puzzle. How do you work? Man, that goddamn phrase again.
Incineration will begin in 13 minutes.
Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt like the seconds ticked by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry was a face, a frightening evil face. It was Hongu. How long had he been watching?
Don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His letter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears.
You're a terrible person! I hate you!
Oh my! How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see? I've even left you a way out.
A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll
and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now.
My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you, I'm a fair man.
Huh?
If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape.
The verification function of the red?
Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
5?
You really aren't one for listening, are you? I've already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of fool are you?
Why are you doing this?
You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys.
Well, you are one, Ace.
Now start the experiment. So...
I can't!
Oh.
I don't know how!
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution.
I can't!
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's gonna be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful.
His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it.
Incineration will begin in 10 minutes.
Junpei! I was crying, great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. So, okay. So, I guess we're creating an alternate timeline when we solve the puzzle in the future, so we can help young Akane to solve it in the past, so that's why Akane would still be alive? Is what I'm guessing at? I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me to the device. I stared at the monitor.
I can't! I just can't! There's no way! I can't figure this out!
What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I came back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least, I had that. I held it tight in both hands and prayed.
Help me! Jumpy! Help me! Help me! Help me! Jumpy! 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 Please! Help me! Jumpy!
Akane?
Akane?
Who the hell is Akane?
Shut up! Just shut the hell up!
Yes. Lotus and Seven don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where did she go? Maybe over there.
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane! Say something!
Fuck. I did something... Did something break our connection? I swear I heard her. Shit.
Akane! Answer me! Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I heard it so clearly, like he was right here.
Jumpy!
I screamed as loud as I could.
Akane!
Jumpy!
Oh, this go great. Fantastic. That's her. She's there. Then that means...
Akane! Akane!
Are you in the incinerator right now?
Yes, I am! How did you know?
I couldn't believe that he knew that. Now I understand what Santa
Right.
meant.
There's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
I think I get it now.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
Jumpy, we don't have time!
As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it!
And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it. But there's only one possible answer. June is 0. Akane Kurasaki? I can't pronounce it. I'm sorry. She recreated the history in the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing to do for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. Save waifu! I will save Akane. I'm not gonna bother with the last name. I must save her, no matter what.
Incineration will begin in 6 minutes.
Can you just solve the puzzle? I get it. No more talking. Just fucking solve the puzzle already. The voice reminded me of how much I had left.
Jumpy!
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, all right? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So don't worry, all right? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Well, you only have 6 minutes. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. I felt my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with the feelings for him. No. Coyote. Alright, time to work, Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, doesn't matter. Get out of my way.
Hey, what are you...
Just trust me, okay?
Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. Apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. I think the panels are out of order. So I just need to switch these out. Staring at it isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll just have to try it.
Just think of what I did all those times before. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem.
Oh. probably the last puzzle. Maybe. I don't know, to be honest. Okay, the one seems to be stuck. Okay. Do we have an F? No, we don't. When I pressed hint, numbers appeared on the empty spots on the grid. They're all single digits. I get the feeling the numbers change when I switch out the yellow squares. But the squares at the bottom, why does it stay blank when I press hint? What if we... Wait. I am a little bit confused, but I think there should be a 9 pretty much everywhere. Right? So what if we put... an O is 24, 2 and 4 is 6. But 6 and 3 would be 9. So I don't... And what if we do this? That becomes a 9. Wait, so the... Yeah. I am a little bit confused. Oh, wait, hold on. 7, 3 is 10. Yeah, so those 3 is 9. So 6 and 3 is 9. But we don't have a... We don't have an I. An R, so if we could... Oh, wait, hold on. 6 and 3 is 9. This is also 9. So this should be an 8 then, right? An H. So 9 is very valuable, obviously. That's where we can... Wait, hold on. Let's just reset it all. S is, for example, a 10. So that's 1. 10 is 17. Plus 8 is 25 is 7. Yeah. So 7 and 15. What if we put a 3 there? is 9 plus 8. Okay, shut up! Shut up! Okay, 8 and 3. What is R? 27 is 2 plus 7 is 9. This should be 7 then, right? Does that mean they're supposed to match? Oh, wait. Wait, what? Calm down! Oh, wait, where do I get information from now? I'm missing something really big. I'm being a dummy dumb. Is this all numbers or no? I'm not getting any hints. What should I do here? I'm not gonna lie, I feel very stupid right now. Probably not. Or Akane. Probably also not. Password. Are there any hints? What the hell am I supposed to put there? He's probably gonna give me more answers. This screen appeared as I solved the puzzle. Maybe there. So what if we say I cannot look back at what that other thing said, right? Maybe that's the password. Thank you. I don't know which one you said almost to. It's probably the numbered one. Probably. So in that case... P... Pass... Or just... 2 more ones. W is a 5. The O is a 6. The R is a 9. And that's a 4. Int squares all 9. Yes. So the hidden number should be 9 as well. Wait! Something like this or something? I am being really stupid right now. I know. It doesn't matter. Also nothing. The numbers after password on the puzzle screen. Is 9. I am missing something. Apparently I was close, but now I don't know where I was close. I think these hints are more confusing me than if anything now. The number after password on the puzzle screen is 9. Yeah, I get that. Then the password this is asking for should input. Yeah, I tried 9, but it's not that. Was it this one that I was close? Was this the one that I was close with? Because you said so close. But this is not it. You only wrote out 9. 2. No? Oh man, I'm being so stupid. I'm sorry. You're probably gonna confuse me, but I'm gonna wait. You only tried the word 9. Yes. And I just tried the numbers for each letter. Or did I do it wrong? Was it? Did I have the wrong numbers? It's too big brain for me, this, I guess. So... I will facepalm, no worries. You are making it this way too. Yeah, I probably am. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's dumb. Fine.
Yes, that's it.
I was making it way too difficult. I thought I had to fill in like
Akane, did you get it?
Numbers.
Yes, I did! I solved it! I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did!
You you solved it, copied it to me, via the,
Now I just have to press enter!
Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it!
Okay, I will!
There we fucking go. Ah. Yeah, I was thinking too difficult. Okay. Wait. Why did I go in there?
Emergency shutdown command has been confirmed. Incineration system has been disabled.
All those wrong attempts too. Yeah, exactly.
Jumpy! It worked! It worked! The incinerator shut down! It worked!
Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him, but they were a very different sort of tear. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I had left disappeared and collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst.
Whew.
I can't quite believe I did that. No, me neither. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, there have been more puzzles where I've been thinking way too difficult. I feel like my heart is on fire. no. I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell
Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Hang up now.
Oh, of course, that's fine.
I wiped the tears from my eyes and I nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over to the corner of the floor, and there were 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind. She could get out.
Now.
7 and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give to someone who just saved our lives, your lives, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay.
Shut it.
Oh, right, okay. Maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. Hang up like in some kind of telephone line, yeah. So what if I press the enter key? Alright, nothing. Nothing holding me back now. Here it goes. Wait.
Incineration will begin in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping.
What the shit? Why isn't it stopping?
Maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again. Yes, there is my smart Junpei again. What the hell is going on? All I've got is the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Incineration will begin in 60 seconds.
Akane, are you? That's what the numbers that showed up after the puzzle mean. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that...
Incineration will begin in 30 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run!
Alright, no time to explain. Just
Quick!
go.
Verify your numbers on the red!
Verify?
Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify!
Why?
You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it!
Wow, Junpei, calm down, man.
Incineration will begin in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
No time to be happy, time to go. He's right, you know. No, I get it.
Hurry! We've only got 9 seconds before the door closes! Go, go, go!
It's not the value, but of the that needs to be 9, but the door carries a 9. And now it's time to run. Oh, okay. There we go. Oh, everybody needs to pant now.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Oh, we can use the yellow submarine. Okay. Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. Snake is shaking his head wearily. I just want to take a nap, but...
Akane! Akane! Can you hear me? Akane!
I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Oi!
I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming, and I leapt into his arms.
Oh, oi!
Akane!
The watch? Almost like a lullaby, I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go, and I held him as tight as I could. But just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. Yeah, boom! I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment passed through the door, my bracelet began to count. There we go. Quadraki! I leaped away from it and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dad only short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Took a deep breath and looked around again. Huge detective who'd we call 7 in 9 years and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open.
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again.
Oh, he was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar 7 and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. They took off running up the spiral stairs to freedom. Time for more running. If they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is 7 talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door, the one with the 9 on it. Why'd it open?
Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red.
Okay, Missy. Good luck with the stream.
2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 is 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the 2 numbers in base 2?
0 and 1.
How about base 10?
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 through F. After 9, it starts at A and goes from there. B...
You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah.
Well, the numerical digits are the same. So, I guess you'd add alphabetical digits. E is 14, F is 15, G is 16.
H is 17, I is 18, J is 19.
K is 20, L is 21, M is 22.
N is 23, O is 24, P is 20.
Yeah, and? What comes after that?
Q.
26!
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q! A fucking lowercase Q!
Yep, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27.
God, my dice are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. Ooh, Chrono, thanks for the follow, buddy. Thanks for suffering through my stupid password guessing. And welcome. I'll be playing the next game probably starting next week. It really depends on how it's gonna go with Christmas and stuff. Otherwise, I'm gonna start after New Year's. But now that you've all, you know when I'm playing. I don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be any more of these steps left. Well, there are. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifled barrel. Rifled barrel, sorry. What? Yeah, I'm fried. My brain is fried right now. Don't look at me. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Oh. Oh, the panting starts again. Whew. And this game was all just to prove that Junpei would be a good husband for Akane. That's all it was. There's nothing more to it. That's what it was. The whole 9 years previous was all bullshit. This was all a ruse. It was all just to prove that they were going to be a happy couple. For sure. And that's it. There's nothing more to it. Pull yourself together.
All right,
You're almost there.
I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Wait, why don't you let Seven open it? He's
Yes.
the big boy.
We're finally here!
Please do.
Senpai, yes. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. They're gonna open, and we're gonna open now. It actually opens. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together again. Oh, wait, hold on. I read that wrong. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were safe. We're finally able to escape. Wait, but if the gigantic sank to the bottom of the ocean, what ship are we on then? Then we are on the 3rd ship, right? On the distant horizon we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slid beneath the waves. The last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone.
It's over.
Oh, he whispered.
Yeah.
It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue. Thank you for just like that, slamming it in there. Like, guys, we're gonna make a second game, and you gotta play it. You're just slamming it in there. And then they died of hunger and thirst on the ocean. Guys, back to Raft. Here we go. To what would happen in 9 years. Yes, finally, air. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. Huh? I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait,
No way.
you've gotta be shitting.
What?
It can't be.
This is...
Oh...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
Shit!
the mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time we were in Building Q.
Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I have ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Our bracelets. I've never really got a good look on the other side of one of these. Let's see what's inside of you. Just a little electronic chip like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator.
Akane.
Jumpy!
I guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Oh, come on. Can we at least see them being happy together? Can we at least see that? Whew. Okay. So this was it. This is 999. I said it last time as well, but Chompy, thank you so much for recommending this to me. It's been a blast. I'm gonna do the second one as well. Starting next weekend, hopefully. I need to see how my schedule is, so. But wait, there's more. Okay. I hope so. But I have some time now to talk, right? Because I can I skip this? I probably can. This was an interesting game. You can talk, yes. Oh, that picture, that's so cute. Oh my god. Okay. I did not expect this end. I didn't know what I expected from the end, but not this. But it starts to make sense with all the other bad endings. I don't think I cannot skip, so I'm not going to. This is probably where the end question mark screen should pop up. Or whatever else is gonna happen. There we go.
Are you okay?
No.
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. All the sense will be ripped away in the second game, no worries.
How does it look then?
Don't say that. Just don't say it. Come on, man. He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first.
Well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
What the hell did you do? Junpei grinned at
Ow, 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 ow.
See? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something.
No, he's a big boy. He's the same. Protecting his girl. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building. Keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now we are screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake 7 and I are all squeezed into the back. Oh, that's not a good idea. Just put 7 in the front seat. Come on. He needs the space. I'm not gonna say he's fat, but it's better to have a large, tall guy in front, right?
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is so great when there's nothing around. And
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, all right?
Okay, Clover is
This
driving.
car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help if I'm big, all right? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive, 7?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
he doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up.
Again! Fucking Lotus, you. She's 18, has a license, probably. See, the probably part, I just don't.
And Clover, there's no need to slow down.
I mean, Lotus, I don't like to say it, this part I kind of understand, but still, you
The car
you gotta
Santa and June are in should be somewhere down this road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Where did we leave Ace, by the way? Or did Santa do something? Could go this fast. For sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple of hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd be hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. What? What? How can you casually tell this story? Like, everything else doesn't matter. You drench a kitten in gasoline? What kind of fucked up... What is it? Junior high students are those? The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them. Yes, good job, Jumpy.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could.
Help me! Officer, please! You have to come with me!
Bastards. The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big swelling lumps.
You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me?
He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth. Yeah, that's mainly how you do that. Where a tooth was falling out. Oh.
Yeah, I guess I coulda.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up. Beat him up real good.
Exactly. You want to beat those bitches up.
Because of what they were doing to the kitty.
Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester. Remember?
Really? 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 That kitty should be your only reason already, and it should be good enough.
Oh, you mean the bunnies.
Bunnies is that too, but drenching a cat in gasoline, that's just fucked up, man.
Yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the...
They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. And then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get.
Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do.
Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Kentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could.
He's still in the trunk, I assume?
Oh, there's my answer. There's Ace. Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mount tape shut. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. He looks like he'd given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him
Hey,
anymore.
were you listening to us?
Yeah, go ahead and try to protect your words, you old bastard. Let's get the tape off your mouth.
Come on, I know you were. Answer me.
You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more philosophical answer, I could supply that as well.
Oh, here we go.
You see, the human collective consciousness...
I think that's enough out of you, Paul. That's it.
All right. So what's your second question? You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you?
Somebody's.
Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, you see, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. And during the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature?
I'll let you talk. But you gotta behave.
What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanaceae. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparin. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
This is gonna go on forever. This is going on. So we're not gonna
Here,
tell Lotus
this is
anything
for you.
about her kids?
What's this?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
In his hands was a doll made of yarn small enough to fit in his palm.
Jumpy, are you sure it's, for you, doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so, that means it's for you, right?
Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll?
Wait, what? That's... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then.
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know how after June, we aren't gonna get to see each other too much?
After June?
I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought I'd,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay. So, I wanted to give you this.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes. I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this. It me. So we always together.
Cringe. Sim.
Oh, Jumpy.
If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are.
No, that's cute. Shut up.
So here, take.
Yes, it is cute. It's fucking adorable. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy.
Before I knew it, I was crying. I understand. Tears streamed down my face and I fell into June's tiny yarn body.
Oh, Jumpy. I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. No, I'm not even gonna think of something.
I'll never forget you either.
No, I couldn't have said it better myself. Oh. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down towards the horizon. The last gold rays of the sunlight stretched across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat bathed in the warm light of the evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. Fix the picture! I want to see that! Be adorable! Come on! The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in the silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one, the lights on the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. One thing. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery by far as I'm concerned. And also the only one that's really important to me. It has to do with June, and Eclonia. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright. Let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven? He said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there is some kind of historical discrepancy? Or wait, maybe that's not it at all. Maybe there's another logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No way. You couldn't.
Hey, look! Over there! There's somebody next to the road.
What?
And she's gonna do a hit or run. No! Yeah, roadkill. The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on the shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her tongue out. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End. Really? This is the end?